without talking. Oh, the thumb is up. Hey everyone, and thanks for tuning into Castle Run. I'm your DM, Elijah Goodall, pronouns they, them, and we're going to go around and introduce our cast real quick and give me
Are
a,
we all frogs?
a
On
sentence,
the
a sentence or
What?
a sentence or two about the character that you are playing today before I tell you what our April Fool's Day episode is, or rather, just as it unfolds before you.
Oh my god. Okay.
We are all frogs.
Um I My name is Sean. Hello, my name is Sean. I play Atticus Phoenix, a southern gentleman from the House of Phoenix, the last of his name. Um he is, just a barrel-chested man with a frog son who may not be a frog. And he's just trying to be a knight in this world and do the right thing. Currently, they're on a journey back to his homeland to settle some unfinished business, some daddy issues, some giant bird issues. We all have those. But
Who
yeah,
doesn't?
he's just a giant teddy bear with an even bigger sword. So don't get him angry.
All right, that brings us to Fauna.
Uh, Hello, my name is Aaliyah and I play Fauna. Both of our pronouns are she, her. And I I don't know. She's a witch and she has a cat and she has horns even though she's a human. And Perrin's kind of her dad. And that's basically it.
Also, you're a very good cat mom.
Aw, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Now it is Perrin because we have no Nyx this session. We are Nyxless. Oh, your mic's
Oh,
your
we
mic's
can't hear you really.
cutting in and out, and is super soft.
Is that
How
right?
you want it?
Is that better?
It's there now. It's there.
I did music, and so I changed things on my audio device. My name's Tyler. I play Perrin. Both of our pronouns are he, him. And Perrin is slightly delusional, slightly drunk, slightly sober, slightly broken ranger and bard. He's basically a con man that likes to be outdoors. And I was
that's such a
distracted because I'm looking up frog
succinct
words.
description. Frog words.
Yeah.
Words associated
well,
with
because
frogs. Yeah.
those
I
puns
believe
ready?
we have amphibian phoenix, frogna, and that's as far as I got. But I think amphibian phoenix is pretty
just
good.
a great use of time. Just a great use of time.
Honestly, it's a pretty good use for our April Fool's Day episode. That brings us to Vox.
Hi, I'm Q. I play Vox. Both of our pronouns are she, her. Vox is a very young half elf rogue. Kind of more doing rogue things now, which is kind of cool. She's kind of been like the second heavy hitter, kind of bold with her weapon, which also talks. His name is Brightburn, or Matchstick when he's being kind of annoying to Vox. Vox
Annoying.
is slightly easy to, I would say almost easy to upset, but definitely trying to keep her emotions more together and definitely trusts the team a little bit more after they killed her terrible, no good, rotten, stinking uncle.
Yeah. Or at least
And
locked him far, far away in a cabin that he can't get out of.
that's dead to me. It's
Yeah.
outside, out of mind,
Yep.
you know? So that's where Vox is at.
Lovely. Well, we are going to get right into today's episode, which just so happens to fall on April 1st. I'll do a quick little recap. When last we left the group, you were in the town of Imago. Perrin Vox pretty handily and quickly solved a murder case. However, the killer returned partway through you solving the case. And while you may have had the means to save yourself, the killer was handily dispatched by one Cleto or Cletus Legrand, an old friend of Atticus's, who
That's my boy.
Atticus thought to be dead, and is now kind of tagged on to the group just naturally through his long-standing relationship with Atticus. And when last we left, you were all bunking down in the inn for a long rest. We're going to open today's episode. The four of you have come to. Last thing any of you remember would be closing your eyes as your head hits the pillow. As the four of you look around, you see that you are on the edge of a swamp. It's not an ugly swamp either. There's a lot of, I think, overgrowth here and flowers. There's long strands of moss and lichen that kind of hang down and just dip their little frilly ends into the various pools of bright green water that make up the swamp. But you are on the edge of it, facing a beautiful meadow. Far in the distance, there's a mountain range that kind of just nicely cuts through the skyline. As the four of you look around, you recognize something unusual, which is that you are all frogs. Atticus, red skin, still wearing your armor, but I have to say pretty yoked for a frog. It almost looks like you don't have a neck. Fauna, bright green frog wearing a dark robe. The cat next to you, who is now just a small little slinky black salamander at your feet. Perrin, blue frog, wearing your usual kind of traveler's ranger's vestments, as a bright yellow dragonfly that is Amos, just kind of flutters around your head. And Vox, beautiful speckled little brown frog, dark robes, plenty of daggers still stashed away, and still your mother's bow on your back and Brightburn at your side. As the four of you look around, you don't have a lot of time to collect your thoughts or feelings, because in the distance you see a picnic table is set, very long picnic table set up, nice dishes, a tablecloth, as you see Bert in his customary armor and newly gifted, we'll just call it what it is. It's a cowboy hat. I'm not going to try and talk around it anymore. As Bert waves to you all in the distance from the picnic table in the middle. Well, howdy, y'all. I'm glad you could make it. I mean, you're just in time. I sure could use help setting up for this picnic.
Is Bert a human or is Bert a frog?
Bert is a frog. You will notice that you're pretty tall for a frog, Atticus. You will notice that Bert is probably almost a head taller than all of you.
Oh shit.
A human head or a frog head?
Frog head.
Hey Bert, where are we? I thought we were in a dusty little town before this.
Yeah, I mean, we were in Imago. Best I can figure, honestly, I have this recurring dream a lot, and sometimes other people are in it. This guy's always here, and he kind of points down, and at the far end of the table, you just see kind of a humdrum looking, very glum, beige colored toad who is wearing a fancy little waistcoat, a dinner jacket with sleeves that are a little too long, and just a top hat with kind of a glum look on his face. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of these dreams, Mr. Bits is always here, and y'all come and go, but I don't know, for some reason it feels a little different this time, and y'all are here, so, I'm glad to have you.
Does that make you happier? Happier to see us?
Well, I'll tell you, parent, it makes me awful happy to see you here. Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel any different. Is this what? Do I look like a toad to you all, or do I look normal?
Y'all look pretty normal to me.
Well, you're
Right.
taller than me, which is surprising.
Shucks, you're just saying that.
But you know what? I'm totally cool with it.
Oh, I get it, because you said toad. Very good, Atticus. You dumb bitch, stealing my thing.
Well, I mean, I hate to hand out chores so quick, but I do have a list of stuff I could use help with.
Yeah. All right. I'm all about division labor. What you got
to
for
it.
us?
Well, fantastic. I mean, I need someone's got to go fishing. You know, we can't very well have a picnic without some fresh fish, especially down here in the swamps. I need someone to do the baking. I don't know, maybe Perrin, maybe you could handle the baking part of things.
Bacon or baking?
I'll bake, but we could use, well, maybe it's just me, but I do like some scones and croissants at my picnic affairs. And then, if someone
You
just
want
wants
me
to
to
gather some fresh
Fold
berries or
croissants
some.
over here?
Well, yeah, you can
I've
use the edge of the
here
picnic
to
table.
gather berries.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's
I'm
just
pretty
great.
good at gathering things.
Fantastic.
I mean, I'll go fishing, but I think it's really rude that you're doing you're supposed to have the stuff ready, Bert. Just saying,
Hey, listen, I tell you right now, I can't always control. So it always comes at different parts of the dream, and sometimes the picnic's already ready to go. But I gotta tell you, I'm kind of feeling like this might be one of my stress dreams because I'm feeling a real need to get the picnic up and running, and just there's a lot to do.
No.
Oh, this is my stress dream. Why is everyone okay with this?
Wait,
What
are we
are
all
these?
dreaming together?
Yeah, I mean, it looks
Dreaming
like
the same
I'm
dream
not sure
at the
though.
same time?
Everyone, go ahead and make me a perception check real quick.
I liked Bert better when he was on his vow of silence.
Are our stats just the same as normal, even though we're frogs?
I rolled in
Yes.
that one.
Yes.
I
Okay.
rolled a 7.
I rolled
rolled-
a 6.
Don't worry, y'all, because I rolled a 26.
What?
Fantastic. Okay. Atticus, on the nat 1, you're looking very carefully at the toad. You're certain you've met this toad before.
Okay.
Was it were there middle of the road ones? Was there anything like between 10 and 15? I heard the 26.
I had 7.
Okay.
It was all one high, very low for everything else.
Cool. On the 26, Frogna, I'm going to tell you that what you see, you see, the table's partially set. You would notice a couple things, though. One of the more important things would be that some distance away, just kind of sitting in the meadow, a distance out from the picnic table, kind of absent-mindedly picking at wildflowers, and you can see like whistling through little bits of grass. You do see one more, very small, smaller than any of you, certainly, a very small brown frog in a little vest and a white shirt. You see that, they kind of sit down there, and what they're doing is they're just kind of weaving this little mat out of the grass and wildflowers.
And I don't recognize them as
Give me an
someone
insight.
that has
Give me an
been
insight check.
turned into a frog.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Oof. 12?
I think without talking to them, they do seem familiar. But I'm going to say that, you're just seeing them from a distance right now. You don't necessarily recognize them in frog form, if that is indeed what they are, and they're not just a frog that happens to be here in Birdstream, but they do look familiar.
Is Fauna the only one to see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm about to make everyone else aware, though, because I'm going to be
Okay.
like, hey, Bert, who's that? And point at the frog.
He's shown up here a couple times, but I'm pretty sure, well, I mean, it's odd, because he just disappeared, but I'm pretty sure that's Maury.
Oh,
He's been in the dream a
Wait.
couple times, but he usually never comes to join the picnic.
You
have
haven't
I been
talked
in the
to him?
dream before?
Oh yeah, you've been in the dream a whole heap of a bunch of times.
Okay, I
Wait.
don't like the way you said that. That makes
Wait.
me
Wait,
uncomfortable.
Did we
This is a
talk
dream?
before?
He's
Are we in
Oh,
a
yeah,
dream?
I mean,
can I do whatever I want? And Atticus is gonna
I mean,
try and like fly. He's just
Atticus,
gonna, like-
are you usually a frog?
Give me. We're gonna call this just a general charisma check. In order to fly, the DC is gonna be pretty high.
Okay.
I'm feeling really green, guys. I don't feel good.
I have literally never
19.
felt better than I do right now.
On
don't know.
19, you go to jump to try and fly, Atticus. You don't take off. You do kind of like have, when you leap, there's sort of this slow motion, and I think you are from now on for the rest of the dream under the effects of a feather fall spell.
Karen's
Hey,
just one of those frogs that have the psychedelic thing that you lick. He's just licking himself. That's why he
Yeah.
feels so good.
Actually, I think at this point, Parrot is gonna he's gonna kind of check out his gear and see what he has on him, and if he has all his normal like accoutrements, he's gonna try to do some like frog ninja shit. So he's gonna take out.
You do have all your regular stuff.
He's gonna put ornaments of rights on, and he's gonna start swinging that 20-foot chain around his body and flinging that thing around and
you're a
seeing how
real,
cool he looks.
Real
Yeah,
croak and
you
dagger,
can-
my friend.
I'm gonna call this a performance check. But I'm gonna say
Oh,
that
good
instead
call.
of charisma, you can use your dexterity modifier if you'd prefer.
They're equal at this point.
Okay.
That's a 17, so it's not like amazing, but it's pretty fucking cool.
It's pretty
Like, he's
good.
doing
I
the
mean,
thing.
it's-
the
yeah.
chain's going around his elbows and like turning around and going back the other way, but he's all froggy proportions, so it's very silly.
Is all of our stuff scaled down relatively
Yes.
to our size too,
Yep.
so it fits the same way?
Oh, it would be so
Totally.
much funnier if it wasn't scaled at all.
Giant
Just a
ornament of
massive-
rice.
yeah.
All right,
Um,
I'm gonna go catch some fish. I guess I'll go
Alright,
do
yeah,
that.
it sounds fantastic. I will tell you, I'm going to tell you one more thing, Fauna 2, on that 26. You are also going to notice, I mean, as you look around, you see that Nyx is not present. You are going to see their two daggers, Wax and Wane, although I don't know if any of you know the names of them. They are the two, like, ornamental daggers that have the waxing and waning moon kind of in the cross guard, are just crossed at a setting on the table, but Nyx is not present.
Okay. I'm going to leave those in their place for now, and I'm going to head to start my job to gather berries, but also in the direction of Maury Frog.
Okay.
Toad. Wait, I'm confused about who's a frog and who's a toad now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa,
We don't want to
whoa.
be mixing these up.
I at this
Wow.
point, I mean, I will also say Bert has been kind of looking more and more frog like. The unhappy, kind of frowning, silent gentleman at the end of the table that Bert
definitely a
has
toad?
referred to as Mr. Bits is definitely a toad.
Okay, and the rest of us are frogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fox is sitting frog-legged down on the floor and is probably not looking well.
Perrin casts jump on himself.
Great.
Because he is curious how much jump he has as a frog, but how much extra jump he gets by using jump, and
Well-
he's going to leap into the air.
Great. So what would your usually jump gives you ×3 jump distance, right?
I think jump gives you a triple
Yeah.
jump distance. So
Okay.
whatever an elf, I think it's like 3 or 4 feet of jump, and so I get 12 feet.
Yeah, it
proportional.
usually depends on your strength modifier, I think.
Do this
And
for
then-
the
and you can
viewers.
make
Let's
enough-
do some very specific math.
Yeah. Fantastic. You can do that math. What I am going to say is you cast jump on yourself successfully. And what I'm going to say is that you can already, as a frog, jump 3 times your normal distance anyway. So you're now going to be able to jump
yeah.
3 times your normal distance. So essentially ×9. to whatever your jump distance is.
I go rocketing away like a little frocket. Frog kit? Frog kit. I like
Rocket.
Yep, I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
And I'm going over to whatever baking supplies. I just want to point out I Googled because you said croissants and I Googled that, and the very first recipe I found said, make sure you set aside multiple days for laminating these layers. So how dare Bert say
So here's
just
what
do this on the fly. Dare.
You jump
Really
over
put that one on you.
to as you head over to, there actually is a kind of a little prep table off to the side, and you
Yeah.
can see there's this little wood fired oven. It's all set up for baking, and all the supplies you need. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you're just sort of navigating the baking supplies and tools that you have here.
17.
Okay. On a 17, you quickly learn how to operate the little wood-fired oven. You've got a little table there. There's some flour. There's some dusting bin. As you reach underneath the table, you find that there's a small container with a little ice block in it and some already chilled croissant dough that just needs to be rolled out and folded and looks like it
Aaron
has
tosses that out. It's not to his standards. He begins
Fantastic.
relaminating new dough.
You start a whole new batch of croissants. I'm going to make you make a check for this later. Vox, you're laying down. Is Vox just laying down on the ground, taskless at this point?
Yeah, Boston looking like I said, looking a little green. This is the third time her autonomy has been taken from her, and she's been forced into a different form.
I think Bert's gonna walk over to you. It's got a small little lily pad in his hand that he's fished out of the swamp water. And he just kind of sets it on your forehead. I know. It's a little rough to get used to. It's just, skin's wet. Things are all clammy. All that energy packed up in your legs, too. You feel like you just got to get it out sometimes. Oh, I think your mic was dead.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you at all. I was a little distracted because, hello, Mad Hannah. They're streaming it at the bar.
Awesome.
Shout out to Mad Hannah. Elijah, I was going to ask you, I was going to do it as a surprise, but what would happen if I broke my hermit crab totem?
Oh, you'd have to find out, wouldn't you?
Hermit frog.
Right. All right, fine then.
All right. You've got the lily pad on your head. Bert's just kind of sitting there, hanging out with you. Fox has sort of got, if you allow him, he's got your little frog hand, pressed in between both of his, just sitting next to you.
Bert, this is wild, and everyone's just so okay with this, and they're going on with it. And I would rather be a naked bear right now. At least I had the choice then. This feels crazy.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's my dream, but I've never had the dream before where you all seem so present in it. So I don't know, maybe you have some agency here too. You want to try being a bear? You want to try being something else?
No, I just want to be Fox. Is there something I could help with that's like minimal these? And she just the little frog hands.
The little frog hands. Give me a little charisma check real quick.
I feel like Voxes are like extra frog slimy for some reason. Like her disgust with
Helps
the form
with
is
the
making
sleight of
the
hand.
form more
Yeah.
disgusting. Yeah.
I was a 21.
On a 21, your little frog hands, rest of you stay as frog, your little frog hands turn back into human hands. Just sort of like, oh, well, hey, look at that.
That seems worse.
Looks like you have some
God.
agency after all.
Fox, I'll remove
Those.
Whoa. Listen, I already think this might be a stress stream anyway. If you go around chopping people's hands off, I think it's going to get real bad. I don't want the thing showing up.
What thing? Is this because I made you run extra laps? I thought it was funny.
No, extra laps. What do you mean? I thought that was how many we were supposed to run.
What did she say about extra laps?
Oh my god, Vox, you're really fucking this up.
So Vox said she made us run extra laps the other day.
No, you misunderstood her. She said
Well,
breakfast laps.
well,
I gave you
also-
extra
need to learn how to
bacon.
read. Maybe you need to learn how to count too, bud. Maybe I need to learn how to count.
You know,
I don't
that's
know.
Bert,
true.
what do you
probably
mean
deserve it.
nothing?
Yeah, it makes sense.
What are you worried about showing up here?
I don't.
Does it have horns? How many horns does it have?
No horn, no horn.
Did somebody say something about horns?
No, not you.
Just
okay.
voices carrying from various small frogs across the meadow. Bert's gonna kind of lean in a little, even though you're a distance away. Parent at the baking table is gonna lean in closer to Vox and put his hand up like he's whispering, but then whisper shout kind of almost across Vox's face. I don't want to say its name on account of usually if you say something's name in a dream, it's bound to show up. It's just I think the sky always gets dark
Can you
when it
rhyme
shows
it with
up.
something?
That's a great idea. It's the Fork of Orms.
The Fork of Orms?
The Fork of Shh, keep it down.
By the way, just for the sake of rolling, I rolled I don't know what you want to give me, but for the croissants, I rolled a 15, a 19, and 16. So I don't know if you want me to add survival.
So this is actually going to be like a tool kit check, I think. But because we have established in canon in the like pre-session questions that were asked of Perrin, you have a history of baking and croissants in particular. So you have proficiency with this. So it would be.
I
think
also
for
have
baking
jack of all
a-
trades where I'm going to add half of my proficiency to it.
So you're going to get to add your wisdom modifier and your
Okay.
proficiency bonus to
Hell yeah.
to this roll.
Bert, what did you say? You're too close. Can you repeat that a little?
Yeah, it's the Fork of Orms. And when it shows up, the sky gets all, well, I don't want to say it, but the sky gets all black and ormy.
Atticus, you really need to teach him how to write because I can't understand a single thing he's saying right now. It makes no sense.
I'm not right. Speaking
don't?
is not writing. You're not writing words with your mouth. You're speaking words. It's two completely different things.
And you gotta tell him not to talk back too.
Wow, Vox, I can't believe you would take away the agency of a living, breathing
As
being.
this discussion goes on, what is Atticus up to? You're heading out there to go fishing.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was just fishing, so I was rolling to see what I was. I'm trying to catch like 6 fish.
Cool. Yeah, I think
so-
you're just gonna add I'm gonna make this something that you're proficient in. I think Atticus probably spent a lot of time fishing as a child in the swamps of the South Green around Phoenix Manor. So again, it'll be like a toolkit check, but you'll get your proficiency bonus and you'll add your dexterity modifier to that. So 3 plus whatever that is.
Cool. Okay, so I rolled 6 times, so I got a 22, a 12, a dirty 20, a 7, a 16, and then a natural 20 on my last one.
This is the dumbest fucking episode,
It's so dumb.
and yet the best.
I love it. While Atticus is doing this, he's going, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime pal." Na-na-na-na-na-na. He's just
You
singing
see,
that to himself.
I think you're pretty close nearby. Hold on, I'm gonna make a roll for Mr. Bits real quick. Yeah, that's a pretty good perception roll. You're seeing the song as it kind of drifts over the meadow, and you see anyone who's nearby that just sees that like Mr. Bits kind of like gets up. As he stands up from the table, you realize him standing is not any taller than him sitting. He's a very like squat, compact little toad. But as you sort of sing this song, he just kind of starts to do a little dance and with his top hat at the end of the table.
Yeah, and then Atticus changes it and he goes, "I said a hip hop, a hippie to the hip hop, and you don't stop the flop."
Mr. Bits
I
sits
love
back
hearing
down,
those
puts his hat on the
traditional
table,
Southern
and
songs.
Yeah, we get down in the South Green. There's a great music scene. If we ever get out of this fucking nightmare, maybe I'll show you some spots.
Hey, well,
Nightmare.
I feel
This
like
is
dreams
wonderful.
really, however long they seem, only last, a few minutes. So it's probably be out of it before too long. Atticus, those are pretty good rolls for the fish. I'm going to say on the 7 you hook a particularly nasty catfish, and the barbs that you're not gonna take any damage, but they rough up your hands a little bit landing this thing in.
What's it called when they catch it with their hands?
Oh my
What is
god,
that
I know
called?
what is that? I don't.
Fisting.
Yeah, it's for sure. Yeah, you're fisting catfish.
Noodling. It's called noodling.
Yeah,
Nah,
that's definitely it.
So Atticus is out there fisting catfish, and you get a little cut up with the barbs on one. I will say on the last one, you rolled a nat 20. You see this beautiful little golden glimmer flash the surface, disappear, go back under, and you reach down, grab it, pull up, and there's this beautiful, not a goldfish, but a beautiful golden fish, a little bit like a koi, but its scales are just resplendent, sparkling, and it just kind of looks up at you, and in your mind, you hear a voice almost like the message cantrip go off, and it goes, please don't eat me.
Atticus is holding this fish, but he's being nice. He's splashing water onto the gills while it's kind of doing this, and he's like, why shouldn't I eat you?
Well, I'm a magic fish, and if you don't eat me, I'll grant you a wish.
Insight.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love that to
bad
Atticus
call,
that feels
don't
nice.
do it.
And that's
That worked out.
reverse waterboarding for this fish.
That's what I was
with
gonna
staying
say.
alive.
15.
I don't know. You might live. Here's a little breath of life.
Okay, I will say you get the sense that the fish is telling the truth.
How powerful of a wish are we talking here?
Well, I mean, it depends. If you could manage, perhaps it's so hard, and you see this fish is fairly smaller than the other fish that you've caught so far. If you could, it's hard. I'm just not as fast as the other fish. If you could, perhaps, I see you over there making it. It looks like from this distance some kind of a picnic or a feast you're putting together. If you could perhaps spare a smackerel or two of your provisions for a fish such as I would be more than happy to gather all my powers and grant you a wish.
Are we still all close enough that we can sort of hear each other talking? Why is it fire? Why does Zoom do this to me? Why does Zoom do this to me?
It's
Beautiful.
because you do have a Mac.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's because if you did a thumbs up, there's certain gestures that if you do, a Mac will
What?
now set it off in the background. It
Oh,
thought you were doing a
weird.
thumbs up.
But
You
it
have to
doesn't.
hold
It
it in
doesn't
place
think
and
you're
stop
doing
moving it so
one
much.
now. Oh,
I'll
There
tell
it
you
is.
what, little magic fish person. I'll give you some provisions, and what I want
wonderful.
in return is you know what? I'll just be nice. I don't need a wish.
Atticus, are you talking to something with gills over there?
I think none of you
And
are close
what?
enough to really see Atticus. You don't hear the fish talk. You just see Atticus holding a fish and talking to it.
I
Don't talk to fish, Atticus.
We learned that the hard way.
You
We
should
left
never
the-
humanize something that isn't a human.
Atticus is gonna be like, all right. He's gonna lean in closer. He's like, my friends can't hear this, but actually, what I want, I hate dreams where people are taller than me. So, if I get you this stuff, make me the tallest frog in all the lands.
That I can do. It's not a problem if you just wouldn't mind at this point putting me back.
Try.
You see the fish just bloop under the water and then just kind of waits there, waiting
Okay.
for the promised provisions.
I'm gonna carry all the fish that I'm definitely gonna eat back. But Atticus is gonna look at the fish and kind of be like, "Did I catch another magical fish by chance?" While he's walking up, and he's
Give me an insight check on your fish or an arcana. You could an arcana check. Give me an arcana check on the fish.
yeah, that's a 7.
Can
No,
I offer something? Can I?
all very mundane.
One fish pipes up. He's like, "No, we're all just regular fish. We ain't got any magical powers.
Yeah, that's the catfish for sure. That you've
You
you've
go
fisted.
ahead and eat us. That's fine."
I'm definitely gonna eat that catfish. Atticus is gonna like put the fish in a place where, he's gonna hand the fish to Mr. Bits and be like, "Hey, in our group, we all contribute. So you're gonna debone these fish, and you're gonna gut them, and you're gonna do that. All right?
Give me. You can make this a persuasion or an intimidation check, depending on which.
Atticus does not like anything that's going on. I'll do persuasion because Atticus is kind of nice. 15.
He doesn't
On a
like it,
15.
but wish to be a taller frog
Yeah.
instead of a human.
on a 15, Mr. Bits is going to look up at you, kind of top hat, perched a little to the side, just looks up at you, heaves a deep sigh.
I said a hip hop, a hippie to the hip hop.
And is going to, you see in front of, while it does have a plate like the rest of you, a napkin settings, you see there's also just kind of a spread of cards, look to be about, so big, and he just scoots those cards to the side and spreads out his napkin, plops the fish down it, and begins, make a check for him real quick to see how good he is at this. That's not bad. That's a total of a 17. And begins pretty nimbly deboning the fish that you've given him. The catfish is going to look up at you as he starts on the catfish and begins to fillet it open. The catfish just looks up at you and gives a deep sigh. It's a living.
I'm gonna bread and fry you.
Fair.
Atticus is gonna go over to Perrin and be like, "Hey, Perrin, what you making over here?"
Perrin from scratch, using dream logic, has compressed 48 hours worth of laminating and chilling this brand new croissant dough, because that 20, 24, and 21,
Yeah,
I think qualifies me to say this is
for sure.
it's not even done yet, and it is the most delicious thing you have ever laid eyes
It's
on.
beautiful.
He's just he's just whipping at it and folding. There's 5,000 layers to these croissants, and it makes zero sense how there's this many layers.
Atticus is kind of gonna lean over and look into Perrin's big old frog eyes and be like, I need one of those right now for something really important."
His eyes are definitely going different directions. One is staying on the dough, and one is making direct frog eye contact
Don't
with
know
you.
if frogs can do that.
It's a dream. You gave us
Yeah,
permission
no, you're right.
to
You're
dream.
absolutely right. Yeah.
I'm dreaming large,
In
Elijah.
that
Is that
case-
what you want
No, dream
or
big.
not?
Dream big.
You see
That's
one
your
eye
biggest dream.
directly connected with Perrin, but the other eye what keeps looking at the beautiful croissants. It just keeps going, but one eye is directly. I need one of those really bad, Perrin,
What
for
do you
something
mean?
really important.
What does that mean?
I made a deal, and I think everyone's going to benefit from it if I can just have one of those.
Okay, I know less now than before you started talking. What do you mean?
I made a deal with a magical fish. That's who I was talking to.
Did the fish have gills?
Yes.
Dumb motherfucker. Here's this fish.
Okay, I'll show you, but you have to let me have one of the croissants first, just
I'll
as a contingency.
definitely do that. And Perrin winks and puts all the croissants away.
I'm not going to
Which-
show you. I'm not going to show you until you
No,
give me
yeah,
one.
definitely. No, I'm going to. Here you go. And Perrin does not.
This
hand
is just blood from your pocket blood. This isn't
Yeah.
a croissant.
As you're
Yeah.
saying this, you're going to see him because he rolled real low in his sleight of hand, but Bert is sort of reaching in to steal one of the croissants.
Bert, I swear to God, I will cut off your hands and then I will feed them to you. Is that what you want to
Just, like,
eat?
look
Do you want
out.
to eat your own hands?
I don't want
Because I'll fold them up and I will bake them. But I swear to God, if one of you eats these before I tell you to eat them, I will kill you.
This
real
is
intent
no
about
way a
those
squire
croissants.
should be talking to his knight. I'm just going to say that right now. Or your other squire.
Those
But,
rules don't apply here. We're frogs.
Frognes, you
real.
hear this argument kind
Oh,
of
shit.
ring out over the meadow. On your way to go forge, go ahead. I'll have you give me the survival check first before you reach the frog, the other frog that's out there.
All of us survival?
Just frog.
Well, I got 9.
Okay. On a 9, as you're walking out there, you realize you're not terribly familiar with this kind of. You think, maybe you'll be able to find some gooseberries, something like that. You don't imagine they're going to be the most delicious, but your job was to collect berries, and so collect berries you will. And on the way there, you do purposefully make your path go by the smallest of all of you, the small brown frog that is sitting out there in a little vest and white shirt, just weaving that little grass mat.
Sorry, am I close enough to talk to him?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Do we know each other?
I'm gonna make a little check here real quick. It's with disadvantage, but that's still really good. The frog looks up at you, kind of narrows its eyes a little bit. But Fauna.
Yeah, Maury.
As you say the frog's name, his eyes widen. Who? I don't. Is that my name?
Yeah, well, when you were a person and now we're all frogs and it's a little confusing, but yes.
A lot of confusing stuff like this has happened.
Do you remember anything about before you were a frog?
I can't. I remember you. I remember your face. Hey. You see, he's going to look around a little bit. Are there others here too?
Yeah, they're all here.
Oh,
Do you
here.
remember any of the rest of the party?
I don't. The book. The book. Where's the book?
I have it. Do you want it back? I've been
Where
carrying
do you
it just in
have
case-
it?
It's just in my my frog bag. Fauna's gonna reach in and pull it out of her bag.
Give me, as you pull it out, give me two things. Give me an Arcana check and a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Arcana check is 22. And wisdom saving throw is 18.
Whew. Okay, you pull it out. For the first time, I think, since you discovered it, there is an energy.
That book vibes in.
That book. You feel it in your hands, almost as if there's a coldness where your fingers touch it, almost as if it was drawing the warmth out of your. I guess, even for a cold-blooded amphibian, you still have some warmth in you, drawing out into the book. And you also notice for the first time too, it seems to be more almost like the book itself is in grayscale. You know, it's was this old leather-bound tome, but its browns have almost faded to be just kind of a dirty, musty gray. Almost like it's caked in dust that you can't wipe off. You're also going to feel a presence reach out. On that 22 Arcana, you can feel an immense power behind the presence that it's reaching out for you. You can also tell that were you not in a dream, and were this not sort of a dream version of the tome, it would have been able to work its way into your mind a lot more. But what you,
good.
Yeah,
is Mari's patron also a frog right now?
Frog demon.
I mean, I will also I'm going to give you this on the sense on the 22, the Mori is just sitting there looking at, like, Frog Mori is sitting there looking at you in horror. Fauna, you get the distinct impression that it would be, even in this dream, extraordinarily unwise to open the book. But even with it closed, you feel, I think feel is the right word, you feel a voice reaching out for you that, different than, somebody using the message cantrip or with the way that Neri, where it's just sort of this warm little bloom of like a presence and a feeling. This starts in your temples, and it feels like it just spreads almost like fingers or a web poking and prodding at your mind. What do you have to offer?
What? Maury, what is this?
You look down at Maury. The color for Maury, almost in the same way that the book is more grayscale here, you see the color from Maury, Frog Maury, begin to fade as his skin grays and darkens, and he's going to reach a hand up to you, places it on your arm fully, completely avoids touching the book, but places it on your arm. Promise me you won't open that.
Okay, I promise, but what should I do with it?
I don't know. Bury it. Throw it in a lake. Lock it away where no one can find it. The things that it will take from you are irreplaceable.
Are you okay?
And as he starts to say these last words, you see his lips. There's just this thin gray mist that begins to come out of his mouth, and then you see his lips and then the rest of his face, his eyes. Everything begins to also dissolve and turn into this same mist. It surrounds and then is almost drawn into the book, even through closed pages, as it sort of is almost sucked in. And the front of the book, just kind of a bunch of patterns on the front of the book. Fauna doesn't speak primordial, right? As a language. I don't think we put, you can't make sense of the right. There's kind of these writings and patterns. It doesn't almost even necessarily look like they're words. It almost looks like ciphers that could be moved and arranged on the book to spell out different things, but you can't tell what language this is. You've never seen it before. In the center, as this Frogmore disappears and that mist is drawn into the book, you see a small face. Looks like Frogmore just in the center of the book, almost, three-dimensional, kind of rise out as if speaking from the book. I gave too much away. Don't come looking for me. And the face is going to disappear into the book, and you are now just holding the book alone in the meadow.
I think she'd be like, wait, we can help you.
No answer. Your voice rings out in the meadow.
She's going to take I don't know. This is something that she probably just has in her bag, like a little bit of cloth or a scarf or something, and wrap it in the book so that she's not like touching it directly. And then put it back in her bag until she can figure out what to do with it.
I like this. I think I want to flavor this too as almost like a little bit of like binding. I think a witch's actions in something like this are so careful, and even those simple actions sometimes have, like just like the cleaning, have a little bit of magic in them. So make me another Arcana check as you do this.
And then she wraps a bit of red twine around it 3 times.
Beautiful.
$14.
Cool. You put the book back in your bag, and now that it's out of sight, wrapped up, that coldness seems to go away. And you hadn't necessarily noticed before, but a little bit of color that had seeped away from that spot of the meadow just comes kind of blooming back. And not far from here, there's some gooseberries that you can pick. That's about all you see for berries.
What about nuts?
Ooh, nuts. On a 9, you don't find any nuts. You do find, we'll call them there's these large, kind of purple, almost like sunflowers out here. Very large, whatever, I don't know what the center of a flower is called. The face or the eye, like the eye of these flowers, but a lot like sunflowers. And there are there's a lot of these seeds scattered around on the ground too, where they've fallen out or other little critters have got at them. You can gather some of those too.
Okay, she's going to gather those and the gooseberries, and if there's nothing else gatherable nearby, she's going to head back to the group.
Awesome. You head back. What is the rest of the group up to?
Show me what you talked to, Atticus.
Aaron, I will not show you until you are good
Still
on your
arguing.
part of the deal.
All right, fine. Here is a croissant, and Perrin takes like some of the offcut of the dough and just like folds it twice on itself, and that's it. And he hands it to you uncooked.
Perrin, what's your passive perception?
15.
Great. On their 18 sleight of hand check, that I'm assuming no one else has, you go to like check on the croissants. You see that there's about 8 of these croissants missing, and there's just kind of like some sloppy marks on the tray that just reek of fish. And Mr. Bits is just sitting over at the table for anyone who's looking at the picnic table, just housing these croissants.
Hey. Let me have one.
Roll me another
have
persuasion
you
check.
Done.
Or an
you
intimidation check.
Absolute fools.
Such a useless roll.
Is it
Fucking nat 20.
Do you want it to be intimidation or persuasion?
Let's go intimidation, because he's a little annoyed by Perrin thinking he's so dumb he wouldn't realize it's uncooked dough he's handing him.
All of it's uncooked.
There are
Hasn't cooked it.
essentially, because he's been pounding these croissants so fast, there's no whole croissant left on the table. There's just a lot of little scraps and crumbs. But you can see Mr. Bits is just going to, as he slowly cowers
No.
down, is just going to open his mouth wide and reach in and pull out a full croissant that has not been chewed yet and hand it slowly to you. He's never breaking eye contact.
Thank you so much. See, it's that easy, Perrin.
I'm gonna
Nothing
kill him.
matters
I'm
here.
gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill him.
Also, do I know you? You seem very familiar.
My name is Perrin. We've been traveling together for weeks.
Shh.
Oh.
Mr. Bits is going to look at
Talking
you
to this frog.
and give a little, kind of a little like mischievous smile and a little, doesn't say anything, but gives a little tip of the top hat. And then we'll go back to cleaning the fish since he was not yet done with the task that you'd assigned him.
Well, I guess maybe. I don't know. I'm a frog. All right, Perrin. I'll show it. Come on, Vox. Are you? Do you want to see this magical creature?
Bear.
Ooh,
For
what
my
magical creature? Fauna just
bear to
walks
hang
up
out.
right then.
Can someone just drag me? I don't have the will. Nothing matters here.
Sure.
Perrin,
Atticus is
Perrin.
gonna grab Vox and by one of their legs, and he's gonna.
Fauna will
Perrin.
grab the
Right.
other leg.
Perrin has given up on the croissants and just bundles up everything he's done into a big messy heap and is like, fine, let's go feed this fucking fish then.
See, it's just so much easier when you just don't give a shit. It's a dream.
Yeah.
It is. Everything's easier when you don't give a shit.
Unless this is our new reality and everything we do here has consequences and
I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh
It
boy,
wouldn't
I
be the
hope that's
first
not
time.
true.
you
That's
and
berries.
me as well, buddy. Oh, can I have a berry?
Can you
Yeah.
just toss one in my mouth?
Yeah,
My
Atticus.
athletics roll for tossing into Fox's mouth.
I'm gonna, yeah, sure, make me an athletics roll. DC's pretty
I will
low
also-
on this.
Athletics is not my strong suit, by the way.
I crit failed
15.
on my athletics to catch the bear.
On a
Okay.
15, on a 15, it is a perfect little arced throw. Bucks, you go to get it, and the gooseberry just lands directly in one of your large frog eyes. And actually, because these weren't the best, most of these gooseberries were like underripe, so they're going to be a little tart and sour. This one is overripe, so when it hits your eye, it just sort of bursts, and your eye is now filled with gooseberry juice.
I hate this.
You take
Sorry.
27 poison damage.
I would feel like given Vox's current demeanor, they didn't even open their mouth, so it was a perfect throw, but they
Bounce.
did not even attempt to catch it.
Yeah.
Fauna
Alright,
Atticus
hates
is
show us
the
the
gonna
Atticus
fish.
too.
put one of the berries, put the berry in the like not cooked fucking croissant, and Atticus is gonna be like, "Wait, this is a dream. It's cooked now. It's cooked now.
Give
I can
me,
do whatever I want."
yeah, give me a charisma check.
I would like to counter roll.
Yeah, you
Can
can
I-
counter roll the charisma check.
Can I see Atticus doing that and try to change my berries, my kind of sour gooseberries, into like something fancy?
For sure, yeah. Give me an Arcana check. Or sorry,
Can
no,
I
kind of a
give
charisma check.
Atticus advantage as I shout, "It's a dream. Nothing matters. Look at my hands."
Yeah, if you want to give that advantage to Atticus for sure.
I rolled a
I got
21.
7.
I rolled a 19.
21. The Perrin, what do you want? Do you want it to stay dough, or do you want it
I
to
feel like-
become?
The one that you are holding just smolders into like a blackened husk. Great job, it's cooked now.
I actually like things that are burnt, so hopefully this magical fish likes this too. If not, I got the berry. Oh shit, I put the berry on the croissant. Oh shit. Anyways, I guess it's gonna roll down there and be like, hey, Mr. Fish, I have a treat for you. It's a
Oh, delicious.
real delicacy from the frog people.
Is that croissant flambe?
Yeah, sure is. Definitely, that's what the name I had in my head.
A true delicacy. You are a gentleman and a scholar.
All right,
Part
grant
of
my
that's
wish and then
true.
I'll give it to you.
Fish so British.
The moment that Atticus goes to hand it and the fish goes to take it, Perrin is gonna try to catch the fish.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, I haven't dropped it yet, but I was
I'm
trying
just
to
waiting for you to do something.
grant your wish, and I'll feed you this delicacy.
Well, I'm afraid I'll need the croissant for the, shall we say, the juice to work correctly.
You have two options,
my
Mr.
poor-
Fish.
Atticus,
My
Atticus,
poor
is that-
tum-tum is so very empty.
is that a wish granting fish? Have you
Yeah.
never read any story about anything that grants a wish because it like never goes well? Are you sure you want to do that?
Famously, my family profited pretty well off of Wish, so I mean,
All right.
I'm just saying you have two options in front of you, Mr. Fish. A, you grant your wish and then you get fed, or my wish doesn't get granted right now and I eat you.
How much
Oh,
does the fish
oh
weigh?
my. Give me an intimidation check.
This
How
would
much
be a
does the
good
fish
one to
weigh?
roll on that 20.
How much does the fish
Fried
weigh?
fish.
Let me roll real quick. So I think I know what you're going
Fried
for.
fish
It's a luck check.
does sound pretty good, Atticus.
Weighs about 3 pounds.
I caught a bunch of other fish too. I mean, shoot, we got fish for days up in here. That
Days?
is going to be a 20, just dirty 20.
Okay. On a dirty 20, you see the fish shudders a little bit. Oh, very, very well, if I must, and is going to Atticus, you feel height. As you look around, you realize even Bert, who was the tallest one here, you're now probably a good 3 inches or so taller than Bert. And as you look down, you see you wearing a massive pair of like red stiletto platforms that are about 8 inches tall.
Ooh.
And it kind of, as you look down to see the fish that got a 17 on its sleight of hand is going to, as you're distracted, leap out of the water and take a bite of the croissant and then go to like hit the surface and is going to actively start to swim away.
I cast Mage Hand.
Give me, I think with Mage Hand to like grab something that's moving, I think you just make an attack roll.
And can't attack. According
Hand
to the
can't,
description.
hand can't attack, but it can grab. I mean, it can grab something or an
It can
object.
up, it can throw, and it
Yeah.
can do a task.
So I'm going to say you'll make it the same as, I'm going to call this like a dexterity with your proficiency, but so it's like an attack roll, even though it can't do any damage.
Do I get advantage with Amos Dragonfly over my shoulder?
Yeah, for sure.
Atticus, did you say fish for days? We're gonna be here
Dirty
for
20.
days.
Dirty 20, you grab the fish and bring it back up to the surface as, oh goodness.
Fox,
Well,
that was just a figure of speech. We're not. We might be here for a couple days, years. This might be our new reality. But look at these Do these
Karen,
stilettos
get-
remind you of somebody from
They
back in the
do.
castle? Oh my
Beef.
god.
Oh my god, the camel.
Yeah.
The fish got us out of here.
All right, fish. No, I might just be a down country folk, little folksy, rough around the edges, but I figure you and me can make a couple deals, right? So that I don't have to cut off your head and eat you, right?
Make me another.
Why do you
Make
have an
you make
accent
me an
now,
intimidation check.
I don't know. It seems to understand
Blend.
hillbilly.
Oh.
18?
That makes sense.
How can I be a hillbilly when I look
On an
this
18.
gorgeous in these shoes, darling? And Atticus is gonna do like a little twirl as a frog.
All right,
Honestly, I
fine.
take-
Very.
You're a mountain billy.
I'm
Fauna's
a
gonna take
Can
another
I-
scarf out of her bag and tie it around Atticus's neck to match the shoes.
When they say mountain billy, Atticus is gonna be like, "Can a mountain billy do this?" And he's gonna start voguing. He's gonna be hopping up on those.
Oh
And just
man, you're
voguing.
gonna have to roll for that. I feel like.
The fish is
gonna
gonna look
attempt
at
to.
you on the. Yeah, go ahead and make that roll for that.
Roll for Vogue.
Yeah, it's a performance check for sure.
Okay.
The fish is gonna look at you, Perrin. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm rather. You see, I don't have any of my own magic. I'm just sort of tapping into the latent dream magic in this space. It makes me something of a charlatan.
Right.
Please, I'll
Right.
do my best. I'll do my best to grant it. Just
Right.
don't eat me, please. And you'll have to give me time. You'll have
I
to
want
give me some
1,000
time.
wishes.
Oh, surely you know that goes against all the laws of wishing and of.
But
I mean,
it doesn't go against the laws of dreams now, does it?
well, I suppose I wouldn't know. Being a fish in a dream, I don't know what it would be like to be in a dream, because for me the dream is not a dream at all. It's just my life. So,
In a weird way, that's kind of how my life is too. Like,
Oh.
you know, I don't really know.
fancy, look at
Wait,
us
but are you not a fish
talking
in the
together
real
like
world?
a couple of old college chums.
What are you in the real world if you're a fish in the dream? Because we're all people.
No,
And
I mean like
elves and-
me being a person in the
I'm
real
gonna
world
I'm
is
gonna
like being
roll
a
for the
fish in-
fish's
No,
existential
I was
crisis
talking to
real
the
quick.
fish.
I
I was talking
rolled
to
a
the
I
fish.
rolled a 14, by the way. Do I pull it off or do I eat shit?
No, I think you pull it off. It's not
Pulling
the most, but it's pretty good.
off.
I don't know if this is the first time in Atticus's life where they've had on 8-inch platform stilettos. But it looks pretty. It's
Probably
pretty
not.
good.
Oh,
The fish seems to manage, like, deal with it. Thinks for a moment about what the fish would be in the outside. I will, I can't really remember, and I suppose perhaps if I'm a fish in the outside world, then it only makes sense that I can't remember, because a real fish wouldn't really even be aware that it's a fish. Except for here, which I seem to be imbued with at least some kind of consciousness. Yes, but perhaps
Right.
my old friend, perhaps he's using his fin at this point to sort of like splash around. Perhaps if you give me some time,
Right.
a container of water or something, I could see if I could harness together
Mhm.
some of the dream magic and do my best to grant your wish. 1,000 is a lot, maybe we should shoot for 13 or a more reasonable number in the double digits.
Right. Perrin puts it into one of his pouches, which he's now dream wishing to become waterproof.
Oh, make me a little charisma check.
Oh, wait, no, I literally just made a waterproof backpack.
You did. So yeah, I guess you
I
could
don't
just
think-
fill it up with water if you want.
I'm just scooping water into the waterproof backpack that I have
Cool.
not yet given Fauna.
Great.
Waterproof and watertight are not the same.
But
Just because it's
it
water
will
resistant
hold-
doesn't mean it will hold straight water without leaking.
it will hold it for a little bit.
Yeah, I think this fish has got about, we're going to say like in dream time, about 30 minutes of water. Yeah. What's the good
Is
word,
it-
Vox?
in all your dreams,
Honestly,
get them together.
right. Right, together. Together. And you see Bert is going to scrunch his eyes shut, and he snaps his fingers, and all of a sudden you are all sitting at the table. Mr. Bits is down there at the end, Perrin, your backpack still full of water, the fish in it, and most darting around your head. The cat, who is, of course, a small black salamander, is curled up around a little plate of fish guts that were left aside for it by Mr. Bits, and is sort of just like eating at the fish guts on the table. Everything else is, the fish has been well prepared. Perrin, are your croissants present at all that you put the other remaining croissants present on the table?
If that time passed, then we have perfectly... Oh, I just nat 20. Yeah, perfectly prepared. More croissants than even made sense for the amount of croissants Perrin originally made. There's a mountain of croissants. Also, every time Perrin takes a bite of fish, he shows the bite to the fish that's in his backpack before he eats it.
Oh, God.
And Atticus, sees this and he looks at Vox and he goes, I'm not having fun anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home.
Ask Bert. Apparently, he grants wishes. I don't know.
Wait, Vox, let me try something. I felt like I read something that said if you have the feeling of falling in a dream, that you might wake up. And Atticus is going to shove Vox off the bench, to have them fall.
Vox doesn't do anything. He just allows it.
Cool. If it's not contested, go ahead and give me the athletics check to shove.
Oh, God. That's a dirty 20.
On a dirty 20, Vox, you fall backwards out of your seat, and as you go to hit everything just sort of goes dark, and then it's bright blue, patches of white. You feel yourself falling, and as all of a sudden just you crash onto the tip because you have fallen backwards and then fallen out of the sky, crash right onto the dinner table on your back.
Holy shit!
Oh my God, are you okay?
Holy shit!
Am I still a frog?
You are certainly with human hands, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it didn't work. It didn't. You try it maybe one more time.
Atticus is gonna fall back.
You fall back. No check necessary. You go to fall back off the table. Because of the feather falling spell, everyone watches you just slowly drift back, and you gently drift through the grass below, and then everyone sees you about 30 feet up, just kind of appear into view as you slowly just begin to drift down to the dinner table.
I can fly!
Right.
As he drifts down, Fauna, when a balloon is falling and you pop it and it bounces back up into the air, Fauna just taps him so that he flies back up.
You tap him, he flies back up.
All right, I want to talk to the guy I don't know. What is your name in the hat?
Perrin, he's never really said anything before. I just taken a calling to Mr. Bits.
Okay. Oh, Bert, you dumb bitch. What's your name, you in the hat? Perrin slams his hand on the table.
You slam
and
your
to be
hand
safe,
on the table.
he also casts Speak to Animals.
Okay, you cast Speak to Animals. Go ahead and give me a perception check real quick.
18.
Cool. On an 18, you slam your hand on the table. Mr. Bits is going to alarmingly look up at you, sort of startled so much that his hat kind of pops off his head and lands back on it. Looks at you wide-eyed, doesn't say, barely opens his mouth just enough, and you can kind of see some croissant crumbs still around the corners of the mouth. Doesn't say a word, but you notice there are those cards in front of him. He sort of picks up one and nervously just begins kind of almost like a saltine. On the 18 perception, you can see on the card, they're printed almost like tarot cards, major sort of images on them, like major arcana. You see that the image on this card that he is eating is, there's a picture of the Ornament of Rights as he just sort of and continues to look at you without saying a word.
What does this draw your attention? And Perrin assembles his weapon very intimidatingly.
You see Mr. Bits isn't looking at you now, eyes fixed on the Ornament of Rights, just kind of hungrily licks his lips and begins to just get up from his seat and kind of is crawling now, much like a toad that he is, on all fours towards you and the ornament.
I feel like we might have to kill this toad, guys. And then
What's
also
he
Perrin
doing?
says, I think we might have to kill this toad, guys.
Oh, I think he's surrendering.
Can
Don't
you
kill
like
him.
talk like all of us other frogs?
Um,
Well, you look more like a toad to me.
Should I hit him and see if it helps?
Anyone-
That
Don't
helps
hit him.
sometimes, right?
What does he see? What he wants with Ornament of Rights? Hold it out to him.
I don't know about that.
What's he gonna do? Eat it?
Yes, maybe. Please, you want to
He
eat it?
wants it. He wants to eat it.
see big
Right, it's how much
toad
he wants
tears
to eat
welling
it
up in
that's
the
upsetting.
eyes.
Fox,
Let
can
him
you
eat
hold
it.
it
It's a
together to
dream.
threaten this guy if I let him touch this thing?
You see he holds up a finger and opens his mouth and fully assembled, like not wet at all, chewed up, just pulls the card back out with the Ornament of Rights on it and shows it to you. It's untouched.
All right, fine. And Perrin holds it out, flail end first, and keeps his hand on the hand.
Cool. Everyone who's watching this, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
19.
14.
11.
Okay. Bert is. I will also say to Fauna and Perrin, and then Bert is also going to give you advantage on this. So the three of you can roll with advantage. I don't think there's anyone left to help give Vox advantage, since you don't have.
But I have
a
the
familiar.
cat. Can the cat?
Yeah, the cat can give you advantage, and then Amos.
Oh, that's
can
what
give
you were
Perrin
saying. Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
I just nat 20 on my advantage roll.
Well, I got worse on that one.
Okay.
So
Nat 20. Nat 20.
Yeah, on the nat 20, and this also makes sense. Perrin, you watch Mr. Bits reach for the Ornament of Rights, kind of put a hand out, touch it, and you can see almost invisible, but sort of these shimmering, almost like when you get heat waves rising up off a hot stone or the ground on a summer day. You see these little shimmering iridescent waves that are sort of drawn from Ornament of Rights into the, as Mr. Bits takes a eyes closed, a deep breath, and withdraws his hand from the Ornament of Rights. No, the Ornament of Rights is still fully into, nothing's happened to it. It hasn't even lost any of its magic. But you see that something in Mr. Bits is deeply satiated in this moment as he gives you a polite little bow, tip of the hat, and goes to sit back down in his seat. On the nat 20 Arcana check, you realize something. This is a fey creature. And it is a fey creature known. While these creatures are incredibly rare, they are generally, or as far as you know, have only ever been found in the Feywild. But Mr. Bits is a Pandira, which is a sort of sometimes mischievous, some are ill-meaning, but you have to treat them pretty poorly for them to have any kind of animosity towards you, but is a rather mischievous and also usually invisible luck spirit. And it feeds off residual arcane energy. So these fey spirits tend to gravitate towards not just spellcast, but even more so than like while the arcane energy of a spellcaster would attract it, it won't tend to feed off of a person. It's kind of just not something this spirit would do, almost like a blasphemous kind of thing that Pandaria don't engage in. What they do is feed off the residual arcane energy of magic artifacts and items. And while a Pandaria is completely capable of basically nursing all the art, like draining a magic item until it is an artifact, most of them, again, unless treated poorly, tend to just feed off the residual, so it doesn't affect the magic item at all, but is how they subsist. And I'm going to say that you realize in this moment that when you cast your net in the previous episode, when you were like doing primordial sense, I believe, for fey elemental, that you sensed the presence of this creature, and you realize you've never seen these things other than in the Feywild. On the net, I think you're able to piece together a bit of investigation information too, which is that most likely when you fled the Feywild 200 years ago, this little invisible creature followed you and has been following you, and now therefore the party, ever since. And in this moment too, I think you see the rest of the card kind of now as it crawls back into its seat and gives that little tip of the cap. You see that the cards arranged in front of it, a lot of the cards are familiar. There is obviously the card that the little Pandira or Mr. Bits has now set back down. That was the Ornament of Rights. There's another card there with Wax and Wane, Nyx's daggers on them. There's a few other cards that seem maybe a little more minor. They don't quite seem like the major arcana images of the other one, but there's one that is just a simple iridescent shimmering orb, another with an amber ring, which is the one that Atticus wears, another that is a small little green long sword like the one that Bert carries, and you also see another with the mirrored helm that you managed to snake away from the mirrored knight. You see one with Maury's book on it, the tome. You see another one that has the image of the spirit house. There's another one with the image of Vox's bow that she was gifted by her mother. All these are familiar images. They're things that the party is carrying with them. You see 3 other cards, and I'm going to give you this on the Nat 20 Arcana check too, because it sort of relates. The way that these cards are laid out is in a typical reading pattern. So you see certain amounts of these cards, and you think items that this Pandaria has already fed off as much as it can. You see them in the past, like where cards in the past would be. So you see Brightburn, Ornament of Rights, Wax and Wane, all things that it is fed off of. In the present, perhaps things that it's currently feeding off of in the party now, you see the Mirrored Helm, the Spirit House, Vox's bow, and Maury's book. There are 3 cards placed in the future section of this reading. One is an image of a chalice. It looks to be maybe made of brass, and it's set with these stones encircling it that are deep, almost orange dusky color, like almost like there's a sunset happening within the stone itself. There's another card with the image of an enormous burning sword, surrounded on either side by a waterfall that simply splits to not extinguish the flame. And there is one more with a conch shell on it, like just a large kind of blue tinted conch shell. And that's what you get on your nat 20.
Are there doors on any of them?
No doors. You think there's these all look like specific items, so instead of someone's magic, like you do see the spirit house, but it's a place, filled with magical items. You don't see cards with images of like your spell, like there's not one with an image of Fauna or of Nyx or anything like that. So it's more interested in specific items.
So you've been with us? You've been following us? What do you want?
It holds up the cards that are in the present spot and points them and kind of rubs its stomach. And then you see its eyes just start to shine as it points to the 3 cards in the future spot. And they just go wide. And you see, it looks, no insight check, it looks hungry, and an emotion that you would, in this rather glum toad fellow, that you would clock as excitement or joy.
Atticus is gonna just peer over to the cards, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, I know what one of these are, for sure."
What?
Atticus is gonna point to the burning sword, and he's like, "That's mine. That's my sword. Not the one I have, but that's at Phoenix Manor."
It's the burning sword with a waterfall on it?
Oh yeah, that's part of my house. That whole waterfall. We'll see it soon. But that's not Nazar Kiram, as Dad liked to call it, or Mom liked to call it. I just called it the Burning Blade. But yeah.
Aaron does that thing that Frog is doing, one of his eyes to like keep it moisturized since frogs don't blink. So you want to eat? I mean, you're like feeding off of these magic items? You want these ones, so you want to go with us. What do we get out of that?
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Can Fauna see the cards, like now that like clearly everybody's
Yep,
referencing them?
For sure. I think because
Okay.
yeah.
Because I think she would probably also say, point at the chalice one and be like, I think I know what that one is.
What's that one?
Nerlith tasked me with finding the Dusk chalice, and I am not sure what it looks like, but that looks like a chalice at dusk. And Mr. Bitz is nodding.
Right. And this other one, this is at the beach, at the seashell. That one's the easy one.
You see Mr. Bitz is going to takes the burning sword, places it in front of Atticus, takes the chalice, places it in front of Euphana, and Perrin takes the conch shell and places that card in front of you.
I don't know what this means. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that means. I
Um,
don't know. Maybe this is something Dad had.
Are you sure you don't know? Or
I don't think... What? Orchestras? The other one. I don't think I can help you with... I don't want to be in the stream anymore.
well, I never
don't wanna be
said
in the stream.
I'm not gonna help them steal magic from my family. Well, maybe they'd regret doing it.
Vox is gonna sit up in her seat and slam her human hands down on the table. I've had enough of this goddamn dream. Can someone just pinch me, please? Please? A pinch? Anything? I am done.
Atticus tries to pinch Vox, but his slimy amphibian hands can't get like a grip on pinching. I'm like, I'm trying.
I feel like everyone's just gumming at Q with their amphibian finger.
Yeah. Mr. Bits is going to try and reach, but is way too short to reach, like, is just a very, very squat toad.
I would like to be awake as well.
Did
I-
Fauna hear? Sorry, did Fauna hear the thing about? I think Perrin said out loud about the Fae draining the magic.
He might have. It actually doesn't. It is capable. I'm gonna get if I actually did. Perrin say anything about
I think he said something out loud, like about
draining the magic?
not just the thing that you had said, but I'm pretty sure he said like you want to drain the magic from these or whatever. Like,
Yeah. I'll. What was your Arcana check? Was what, a 14? The better one, or was it lower than that?
no,
It was
it
low.
was lower.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like, oh, I don't remember, but I think it was definitely lower than a 14.
Okay. Was it under a 10?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. It might have been a 7.
Is anyone in the chat remember what your Arcana was? It's okay. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I think that. I mean,
I
if
think
Perrin
you
said
rolled a
that out loud,
14.
you definitely would have heard it.
I thought Perrin said something about it aloud, but I could have been wrong.
Sorry, about which thing? I missed part of that.
About
Did you say something out loud about how the Fae drains the magic from the objects?
I think you said something about feeding, like you want to eat off of, like, eat these.
yeah.
But he didn't describe that, like, it seemed like it was fine and it wasn't causing any damage or anything like that.
The Pandira is going to look at you, Perrin, and it's going to take your. Mr. Bits reaches across and reaches for your hand, takes it, and you get an image. You get an image of Eva standing on the edge of a cliff, and it begins to collapse as you see her reach out and start to fall backwards. And in, I guess, almost in the dream, within the dream, in an inception, if you will, you are reaching towards her. You know full well that you won't get there in time. You're not close enough. You're not quick enough. And yet somehow something in you, a twist of fate, something shifts, and you feel her hand grasp yours, and you pull her back up to safety, and then the image fades. Mr. Bits is just looking at you still. Just takes its hand away.
That's what you'll give? So when I need it, that's what you'll be there for.
Points at the cards again, rubs its stomach, nods.
So right. So I don't think he's hurting. I don't think he hurt this by eating off of it. No. You just like being near it. You just need to be near it.
can he hurt something by
Can
eating
you
off
hurt
of
some
it?
things? Wait, what do you mean? Like destroy something?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do, though. I think he's
No,
just
but-
kind of like.
But could he, Mr. Bits?
You see Mr. Bits is going to take his hat in both hands, hold it over his heart, and just give a sad little nod.
Mr. Bits, if I give you something, could you destroy it for me?
Mr. Bits is going to look at you, and then you see Mr. Bits' eyes go wide, sets the hat to the side, and holds up the card with Maury's book on it and just looks at you.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Okay, well, I didn't have a chance to tell everybody this yet, but just a few minutes ago in the field, I ran into Maury Frog, and
What?
just give me a second. I ran into Maury Frog, and
Maury's a frog now?
no,
Which
not
one is
anymore.
Maury?
The little one who made the hole.
You know, the member of our party that's just disappeared and has been gone. No, anyway,
Right.
you might have been drunk. So I ran into Maury Frog, and I took out the book. I have his book that he was always kind of weird about, and I tried to give it back to him, and then the book tried to talk to me, and then Maury promised me to Maury made me promise to destroy it or get rid of it, and then he kind of turned into dust and went into the book, and it was all very disturbing, but I did make a promise to get rid of this book, and if Mr. Bits can destroy it, that might be the best way.
I... D- It's a lot of new information.
I know. It just happened. And you guys had the fish thing. I didn't really have a chance to tell you yet.
Roll me a persuasion check, Fauna, for this request that you're making to Mr. Bits.
17?
On a 17, you see Mr. Bits looking at you, looking back to the card, back to you. A sigh. And then just sort of a consigned nod, and sets the cards down and reaches out his hands.
Mr.
Hold
Bits.
on. You want to give this book to this show that we just met, that just has cards of all of our loot, and there's no explanation. You're just like,
He seems fine.
Karen, I feel like this is your fault. You should have raised her a little bit better. What do you mean? It's a stranger. Haven't you heard of stranger danger?
Wait, were you there in the? Were you there in the tower?
Is going to reach out and touch both Vox. Has to essentially crawl on the table to do this, so squat. But Vox grabs your hand, grabs Perrin's, and both of you get an image of the moment in the desert that Perrin, you tossed the rope to try and help Vox and couldn't make the toss and were pulled under. But then you see the image of that desert nomad that did help Vox out of the sand, coming along at just the right time in just the right place.
Wait, were you in? Were you with Betsy? Atticus, show him your stiletto. Show him your shoes. Maybe he'll remember if you show him your shoes.
that shot, I'm gonna put that shot as a clip up on TikTok, and it's gonna go off, but
We're
for
gonna go viral for
completely-
sure.
completely different reasons.
Can I suggest a different website?
Yeah,
my-
yeah,
I
not.
think my ball popped out of my shorts when I did that, so hopefully we don't get fucking taken down.
Flagged.
That
I'll go back through and edit the posted one. If it did, we'll just put a little frog emoji there.
The stiletto on his foot also though. This red stiletto, the pink stiletto emoji. Because you got to pay for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You can have the uncensored version.
Or you can have the.
The balls are
Um,
free, but the feet you gotta pay
Yeah.
for.
That's the
D&D.
T-shirt.
That's the T-shirt, and also the name of this episode. Mr. Bits is recognizes the shoes. I think you don't have to make an insight check. Mr. Bits is showing you moments that they.
Mr. Bits, do one of these. Vox, he. A long time ago, I was told that I would watch Eva die, and that's what he just showed me, and he can help me save her.
My mother?
Yeah.
Give him the fucking book.
Mr. Bits, though, will this hurt you? Do you know what this book is? It's not good. If you destroy the book, will you be okay?
It's Faye. Good and bad don't really mean the same things.
I just am worried. I assume Fauna just heard parents say the thing about Eva. I don't know if something bad happens to Mr. Bits because of the book, then how will they help you with Eva? I'm unsure.
Right. But what I know is that it's fated that I watch her die.
So you think Mr. Bits isn't supposed to be there?
I think that the Fae are able to twist things like that and make them better than they should be, if they're given a reason to.
Perrin, I swear, if you let my mother die, I will kill you.
That's fine. That's
I mean, that's not fine with me.
right.
It wouldn't be the first time I tried, Fauna.
It wouldn't be the first time I died either, so like it's
Okay, let's take a vote. Should we give Maury's book to Mr. Bits? Yay or nay?
Bert's gonna cast a yay vote on that too.
like
Yay. All right. I think
I mean,
That's
worst case scenario, that thing was daggum evil, if you ask me.
yeah, it
Also-
was terrifying when it tried to talk to me.
I think we're doing something bad for reasons that we haven't thought about besides all of these things, but I do think that this will help save Eva and it will help the book not be here. I don't really see the big deal with reading, but that's fine.
Mr. Bits is gonna reach out his hands for the book, and that's where we'll take our quick little 10-minute break, and we'll be back with the book in Mr. Bits' hands.
The frog stuff has gone wild.
The
Bits.
fry. Yeah, okay, welcome to
There's
Castle
serious lore.
I'm not sorry I threatened you, Tyler.
Oh, that's so good. I love the confetti one.
Wait,
I
do it
forget how to
again.
make the fireworks. I don't
It's
have
so
it, but
good.
You like this?
somebody at work does, and they always accidentally
Yeah.
do it during meetings when they're like giving up.
The firework one was pretty good. I do like the confetti one a lot, though. Okay, cool. We're back on and live for I don't know how long. Um,
Infinitely.
and scene.
Cute.
You hand the tome to Mr. Bits. Mr. Bits takes the book, takes a deep breath, and I'm going to make a series of Arcana checks for Mr. Bits. And we will see how these go. Okay.
Like Elijah said, none of that.
Ooh.
Maybe they were just actively ignoring it.
Either way, I'm on board.
Okay.
That doesn't look good, Eli.
It's
That
Or it's the
face.
best.
well. Okay.
Okay.
You here's what all of you see. As Mr. Bits takes the book, closes his eyes, and begins to focus in on the book. Again, anyone who's watching, you begin to see that same shimmer that came off of Ornament of Rights. Only this time, that shimmer seems to be in almost a grayscale. And the space around Mr. Bits begins to drain with color. You see Mr. Bits' skin begins to go chalky and white as he kind of looks at all of you and then locks eyes with you, Fauna. His lips begin to small cracks, almost like wind blistered chapping begins to appear on his lips. As he smacks them, you begin to see little bits of mist coming up from the corners of his mouth.
Can I just slap the book out of his hands?
You think that slapping the book out would not? What I will say is that if I will give you an option here, if you want to, so I will reveal to you right now. Mr. Bits got a couple good rolls, and then two very, very bad rolls on his Arcana checks. I would allow you, Fauna, to give him advantage on those rolls to erase them, but there would be not a severe but a slight consequence to Fauna.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Can Atticus look at the top of the book while this is going on?
Yeah, make me. We'll call it, if you're looking for something to change in its material nature, we'll call it a perception check. If you're looking for something to change in its magical nature, call it Arcana check.
May Vox throw a dagger at the book.
Ooh, yeah.
with her very human hands.
Yeah, go ahead and throw you. So we can do this all at once. Atticus, you make either your perception or arcana check. Vox, you just make an attack roll. Fauna, you are going to offer advantage on those 2 rolls.
And I rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
I am throwing a dagger dipped with the poison. I'm going to
Cool.
dip it in 1 dose of my 2 doses of poison that I
Okay.
have, and I'm going to. Do I throw an attack first?
Yeah, make an attack roll.
While this is happening, Perrin eats a croissant.
Just
That
like the
is
Michael Jackson popcorn eating. Just
24.
Unbothered.
okay, 24 definitely hits. I'm going to describe now the series of events that happens. Vox, you throw the dagger. Atticus, you look
Dipped
at
in poison.
You dipped in poison. Atticus, you look at the book and you feel a soul-wrenching pull and a hunger from this book, the likes of which you have never felt. It is almost like immediately you feel as if you are starving and have not eaten for weeks.
Atticus starts eating croissants.
This is also shoveling croissants. Mr. Bit's skin, like, it doesn't get better, but it's not looking any worse. Lux, you throw the dagger. Go ahead and roll the damage for me.
What is the additional damage for that poison? Because I did not get stats on the poison that I have.
Oh, right, the poison. That would be
The poison, you know,
yeah,
the poison that
poison.
Cusco.
Yes, the poison.
Cusco's
The Cusco's poison. The poison. The Cusco. You're gonna go ahead. I'm calling that. I think it was a pretty. Oh no, I remember because it specifically got used on you. That was a 4d6 poison. And I'm gonna make this book does get a save actually, to see if they can have the poison damage.
And then also my 1d4 plus 2 regular.
Cool.
Okay, so let's see.
I will say we'll call this book flanked. If you want to throw your sneak attack on there too, you can.
I would love it. I
Yeah.
would love it. The book did not expect me to have murderous hands.
Did not. That also means you would do this with advantage. So if you want to roll again to see if you happen to crit on
Crit?
your advantage roll.
I did not.
Okay.
But I will roll.
But you can throw that sneak
my-
attack on there regardless.
Yeah.
I
and-
really
Didn't expect the day to end in
with
combat
a book.
Oh, I dropped a die. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Do.
Fuck that book up.
An extra. Fuck, I am dropping dice because my dogs are barking like crazy. Hold on. It's okay. Don't worry. I
That's
have
okay.
toes.
While you're rolling your damage, Fauna, you reach out. You extend your magic. Almost this support, or like the image of you almost lifting up a sort of collapsing in on themselves, Mr. Bits. And you take a breath and you feel a coldness, again, even more so than it would be as an amphibian. Feel your veins flow up. You feel the horns that aren't there in your frog form, but nonetheless you feel
I
a
was actually going to ask
crawling.
about that.
Yeah, a
Do I still have
crawling,
horns or no?
a crawling on the back of your scalp that feels like something expanding. In this moment, Vox, what's the damage on that?
Can I have one more moment to keep
Yeah.
counting?
Yep, keep counting. As the dagger strikes, when you feel that. And something in you shifts and feels colder.
So, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
With my assassin feat, I have assassinate Any attack that I make against a creature that is
Ooh.
surprised is a critical hit. So I get to double that
You
up. So I'm
sure
gonna,
do.
that's all. No worries. That's why I need to keep counting.
Okay, great. Yeah, because you get to double the dice on that poison damage too. So 4d6 would become 8d6. I will say that the book did do its save, so that 8d6, the damage will be halved on it. So if you can keep the poison damage separate from the sneak attack and the dagger damage. Fauna, in this moment, you have successfully prevented what would surely have been an untimely end to Mr. Bits, and probably not the destruction of the tome either. Would have proved too much for him alone to handle. Yeah. As you feel, it's not a vision that you see, it's not a, you just feel you've prevented the death of Mr. Bits. From deep within the tome, it feels almost like a hand reaching out. You feel the electricity of fingers trying to grasp at yours to get some kind of leverage or purchase, asking for a hand out. Do you reach deeper into yourself in this moment in order to sort of grasp that invisible hand, or do you let it slip through your fingers?
Can I tell anything about
You can make me an insight
the
check. Yeah, for
hand?
sure. Yeah, make me an insight check.
Like if it's Maury or if it's not Maury.
Mhm.
I will give you my
that
damage.
20. Yeah.
Woo!
It's absolutely Maury. It is absolutely
Okay.
Maury, and there's a desperation in this moment.
Okay, then if I can tell it's Maury, then I definitely grab on.
Okay, Vox, do you have the damage for me yet?
I do.
Fantastic.
So-
What's the damage?
My normal attack is going to be 48 damage. And then the poison damage is going to be 35.
Okay, 35 halved to 17.
24. Oh, yeah, 17.
Yeah, 17, but plus the 48.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 48 regular damage, 35 poison damage.
35, and then the 35 poison is halved to 17 because the book succeeded on its constitution save. 17, 55, 65 points of damage total.
Yeah, I did 83 points total.
Oh my god. Okay, 65 points of damage. This is going to make the negative effects for you, Fauna, of grasping Maury's hand significantly less. As the dagger strikes, it just tears into, and you feel, Fauna, this release as pages rip open and almost make a wider for you to help pull Maury out of the book. You're getting that feeling. The rest of the table, all you see is mist begins to pour almost it looks like a book that's smoldering, but there's no fire here. Mist begins to pour out of the closed pages of the book as the dagger pierces it, goes all the way through the binding box into the core of the book. You see this mist begin to flow into Fauna's mouth and eyes. As you see this, everyone at the table, you see small little black, even in her frog form, you see small black horns pierce the skin, begin to grow and expand, starting as points but growing longer, curling, thickening, as your eyes go blank, Fauna, and the mist fills you, and then the mist stops. You exhale. And the book goes silent. I'm not going to allow anyone else to do this because right now in this moment, I think Fauna, you and Mr. Bits are the only two connected to it. Fauna, go ahead and make me one more Arcana check, and Mr. Bits is going to give you advantage on this.
good thing. Oh, that's still not great. 10.
Okay. On a 10, I'm not going to give you any specifics. You can tell that this book is still it has not been destroyed. I mean, physically it's not destroyed because even in the dream it's still present there. There is still magic in this. For a time though, its hunger is abated. It's almost like you've driven whatever is in this book back, and it is currently not powerful. You've sort of caused it to retreat for whatever amount of time, you're not sure, but it is no longer the immediate threat that it was with you towing it around in your bag. Mr. Bits looks at you, not any better, but not any worse. Skin still chalky, lips cracked and chapped, breathing heavily.
I'll have what he's having.
He looks at you and just puts his hat back on, but kind of it just sort of slopes over, so it almost is like covering one eye, and he's just kind of heaving at the end of the table.
Can I use healing word on Mr. Bits?
For sure. Yep.
Bits.
You say Bits. Some color
That's the word.
returns to the cheeks of this glum brown toad. He looks at you in appreciation. Exhausted, but still tips his hat a little bit.
So then we have a deal now that you're super well fed, right? And you had all that extra magic. So like everything's cool now, right? And you're going to help us and we're going to help you and we'll help you find that fucking seashell.
Mr. Bits gives you a weak thumbs up and then immediately just passes out on the table and begins to loudly snore. All right. Given the interruption to the picnic, I mean, the entire picnic table is still set. Bert is going to kind of like look down the table at everyone, take a moment, sitting up at the head of the table. Oh, well, it was certainly something. It's never happened in the dream before. Come to think of it, I've actually never gotten to sit down and enjoy the picnic at the dinner before.
Participate in your own dreams.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. I don't know. I feel like I should propose a toast. Bert's gonna take a little glass. You can see as it's nectar. So Bert, while everyone else was busy, Bert was off harvesting some things of his own too in the moments where he could, and he's just got this little flask of nectar. He's gonna kind of pour in everyone's glass. Takes his and raises it. Listen, I know we've been through a lot of big moments together, and well, sometimes it's just nice. It's nice to sit with you and have a small moment, one where we're not in danger of, well, evil wizards or armies of Night Guard or
your dad trying to kill you, am I right?
Or your dad trying to kill you, or vampire ladies.
Or your uncle trying to kill you.
Or,
I did just have a bunch of evil book mist go in my face, so we've all seemed to have moved on from that really quickly.
To say, I don't want to.
Seems really on
the horns
par.
look real nice, Fauna. They look real nice.
See?
Yeah,
Really jumped to the wrong conclusion.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just want to say, I feel like when y'all found me, I was just a little fella in a meadow a lot like this one, and well, thanks for taking a chance on Bert. I'm real happy to be with all of you.
And we're better for you, bud. We're better for you.
Well,
Everyone, let's cheers to Bert and this beautiful picnic they've put together for us.
I'm just gonna cheers.
I'm gonna look at Perrin. There we go. Cheers, y'all. And cheers to you, Bert.
Bert, are you
Oh,
okay?
Thank you. Am I? Well, I mean now that you mention it, and as you see Bert kind of slump down a little bit, all of you hear in the far distance a peal of thunder. So it just echoes over the meadow. In the distance you see storm clouds beginning to gather. Bert doesn't notice, still looking down. I'm all right, Perrin. I can't shake this feeling. I know Atticus, I'm excited. I'm real excited to go see the South Green, and when you talk about it, it makes me excited too, and I just can't help feeling that there's something terrible waiting for us there, and I'm afraid I don't want to lose any of you. And there's only so much a little guy like me can
Atticus
do.
gets up and kneels, but awkwardly because he's in stilettos. He's and he puts a hand
And
on
he's
Bert.
a frog.
Yeah, puts his slimy fucking amphibian hand on Bert's shoulder and goes, "Bert, it's okay to feel that way, but nothing that's worth doing in life is going to give you an easy feeling.
Right.
And you just gotta take it in stride and realize, yeah, there could be bad things, but look at this party. Look at this group of people. Look how they've had your back, and everything that's coming our way we've taken down, and that's got to count for something."
Give me a
And then he's gonna hit a frog. He sees a fly, so he's gonna use his tongue to catch the fly.
Outstanding. Give me an attack roll real quick. Dexterity based to catch the fly.
Okay. It's a 19, so it's technically a critical.
Cool. You don't have to roll damage for it. You wing out to grab it. All of you just hear, "Oh God!" as the fly goes.
And then
Give me
make a persuasion.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check with advantage.
A 20. Flat 20, don't need to roll advantage.
It also crits.
Well, this motivates
I'll
me.
roll for shits and giggles to see if I roll another nat 20.
Oh my God.
Nope.
I
Okay.
would like to pinch Bert during this too.
You pinch Bert. Kind of, slides off a little bit. Be kind of like, ow. Wow.
This is Vox just
You're actually, what? It doesn't slide off because you're human. You give him a good little pinch with your human hands. I think Bert, you see the storm clouds again gathering in the distance. Bert's gonna look to the storm clouds. Anyone that wants to can make me a perception check real quick.
While everyone's perceiving, Perrin is gonna sleight of hand a he is gonna sleight of hand one of his 4 berries into Bert's pockets
Cool.
for reasons that I will make clear later.
For
Yeah.
reasons unknown, even to Perrin.
You're just Perrin.
love
I got a nat 20.
Jeez.
I never get this many nat
the amount of
20s in a
crits
session.
at the
Just in
frog
frog
picnic,
session.
like the frog picnic is just off the chain.
I've rolled 2 nat 1s today, so I was hoping.
Oh my
Um,
God, we were talking about picnics. Aaliyah, you did this.
You definitely did.
Also, I have more notes for this dumbass fucking April Fool's frog dream than I have for the last 3 sessions combined.
Well, I don't know if you this is taking worthy, but on the nat 20, Fauna, you look to the distance, the thunder pealing, the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Bert takes a deep breath, stands to his full height, which in the Stilettos, Atticus, I don't know if you're still kneeling, but if you're not, is still not quite as tall as you. And you see, puts his hand to his side, where the green tongue, his little green tinted longsword is. Bert takes a deep breath and looks out at the storm. Fauna, in the storm, you see dark wings, like a bird, as they open and almost one with the storm clouds, but every time it flaps, it seems like the storm clouds gather more and more, and more shadows are cast out over the meadow. And you can almost hear on the wind just this massive beating of wings. Bert looks at all of you. Well, I mean, I guess I'll see you all when we wake up. I hate to leave the picnic like this, but there's something I gotta do, and I gotta do it on my own. Something I gotta face, and well,
He's
so,
waking us up, right?
Yeah, I'll see y'all when we wake up in Imago.
You don't have to do it alone.
I mean, some things you have to do alone. Like, I got you, Bert. Like, sometimes.
Bert is going to
No.
Bert's gonna put a hand on your shoulder and look you in the eyes, Atticus. And he's like, well, a very brave knight once told me that sometimes you gotta just be the first one in. And Bert's going to turn, and not even at a walk, but just kind of at a little jog, just start to run across the
Wait,
meadow.
Bert. When we wake up as our normal selves, is Vox gonna wake up with frog hands in the real world?
How dare you even
Atticus
suggest
is just
that?
standing
I
like a
swear,
proud dad.
I will kill you.
I don't know, man. I don't know how any of this works. Bert's gonna turn around and keep running across the field towards the coming storm.
Are we just gonna let
Yeah,
him
we should
go?
follow him, right?
No, he said he has to do it on his own.
Atticus, this is his dream, and we're still stuck here. I need out of this amphibian body, or so help me. Atticus, I love you. I cherish you. You're wonderful. But I will kill you too if I don't get out of here soon.
I mean, there's a lot of croissants. We can just have some of those. It's
Fuck
fine.
your croissants!
I don't know if they would fit the way you
I know
want.
it's a dream, but like, can't I just have a moment with my squire becoming the destined knight? Like, they learned a
I
lesson here.
You
should be
already
taking notes, Perrin.
those.
You should be taking notes right now.
Me?
Not-
we can-
You told me I didn't even need to be a knight, and I would be better.
You told
Make up your mind.
you said you told somebody you were a squire still, so I still expect you to pick up a thing or two, okay, Mister?
All right.
Pick up everything, and Parent starts picking things up off the table.
As you start to pick things up off the table, sort of in that dream way, that the things that you're picking up start to kind of turn into other things. You know, you pick up one of the croissants, it just kind of turns into a small little squirrel that like wiggles and jumps out of your hand and runs away. Other things like teapots are turning into rocks. Rocks around are turning into teapots. Everything as the dream is just kind of starting to slip away now that Bert is not present with you anymore.
I'm just staring off at Bert. I'm trying to keep
Yeah.
my eye on him as far as he goes into the storm.
I agree. If this is Bert's dream and he's not here, what happened? I feel like we should follow him. I mean, it's great he's doing a thing on his own and he's learning his lesson, but Maybe we should just go along behind him just in case.
No, Fauna. Do you see everything? It seems like this is ending because he's going further away. The further he gets, the closer to reality we get. Back to reality, back to not just hands.
I'm
but
gonna just start
feet.
pushing everybody over to make them fall.
Why are you all assuming it's out? Why are you assuming this is Bert's dream? It could be Atticus's dream. He loves frogs.
I do.
As you go to start pushing, Atticus, make me one more perception. Not a perception check. We're gonna call this actually. What we've mostly done in this campaign for memory is insight. Make me an insight check.
21.
Atticus, I don't know if anyone's contesting, we can make contest athletic rolls, but as Atticus, as you're kind of reaching over to sort of help everyone get out of the dream by shoving them backwards.
I'm like putting a foot behind them while I push them so they trip and fall back. They get tripped on the stiletto heel.
Oh yeah, 8 inches. 8 inches of heel. Atticus, you take one last look across the meadow. You see Bert running towards the storm cloud in the distance. And you see a single ray of sunlight shining down on Bert as he runs towards the storm cloud. And you realize that the meadow looks familiar. And as you look at Bert, you can't help but almost get this third-person perspective of a memory you have of yourself, of a young Atticus. The day that you had a pretty big argument with your mom and decided to run away from home. And the both fear and a little bit of anger, but mostly as you started to like run through the meadow away from Phoenix Manor and towards the hills of Solasah far in the distance, an excitement for the world ahead of you. And you see yourself in Bert running out to face the unknown. Everyone else who's looking, you don't have to roll for this. Where Bert is running, you see a small blonde boy, about 8 years old, carved wooden sword, like raised to the sky. Beam of light cutting through the storm cloud, shining down on him as he just runs through the meadow.
I thought Bert had dumb blonde energy.
I will also say this. The rest of you, as you are falling backwards, you are falling into darkness, out of the dream, back into your sleep. Fauna, I'm going to let your nat 20 perception ride because in addition to, you saw the large stork beating its wings in the storm clouds. It's monstrous, really. You see the same thing everyone else says. You see Bert running, that golden light, and in the golden light, just what appears to be now a small 8-year-old boy running that looks a lot like a young Atticus. You see, going in a different direction, following a path that will kind of take them cutting around the mountains, but also walking through the meadow. No longer a frog. You see a small halfling. Traveler's vestments, little backpack, small wooden staff. Just walking slowly through the meadow in a far direction towards towards the east and around the mountains. And you see a familiar face turn back and look at you as you see Maury's face. And it is at peace. There's a simplicity to it, I think, that you had never seen in Maury's face before. As he kind of just smiles, gives you a small wave, and turns around and continues his journey home. And you are all out of the dream, lying in your bed, or in your respective beds. In the end,
Atticus is going to directly go to Vox's room because he wants to know if she has frog hands.
You bang on the door.
Are your hands frog hands or human hands?
Leaps, not frog leaps, out of her bed and opens the door and goes like this with her eyes closed.
Oh my God, Vox, don't open your eyes, Vox.
Tell me they're not frog hands. Tell me they're not
Don't
frog
open
hands.
your eyes.
Tell me they're not
Vox,
frog
my
hands.
sweet summer child. Yeah, they're human hands, and he's gonna.
April Fools!
Bastard.
Got her.
Oh, and Fox is gonna kind of slap him in the side with a fully human hand.
I think this is
gonna turn into it. Gonna-
take the hit.
yeah.
All of you, I think, you're doing this in the doorway of your room, Fox and Atticus. Perrin and Fauna, your rooms are all right next to each other. You hear this commotion in the hallway as you both kind of wake up.
Yeah. I think Perrin hears it. And,
Sorry.
What?
I need to mute me.
Perrin hears it and is kind of like nods to himself, and he digs into his pockets and he counts the berries that he has in his pockets.
Also, Atticus, take damage for an unarmed strike, please.
Yeah. Perrin, give me a charisma. Just a general charisma check like we were doing inside the dream.
12?
12. Only 3 berries.
Yeah, there were 4 before, for anybody keeping track. Perrin then opens his waterproof backpack and looks for the wishing fish that he stashed in there.
You see at the bottom of your bag, which does seem to be a little bit wet on, like it's damp on the inside, a small golden coin with an image of a fish on either side.
I guess now we know what you are in the real world, don't we?
Is Atticus still wearing stilettos?
He's wearing very nice red knit wool socks.
That's
You
somebody
probably
made
would
for him.
have those. Yeah.
No, but I think as this happens, you hear like it's an inn. It's pretty early in the morning, but there are people still bustling about. I think down the hallway you see Oh, make me a perception check real quick.
That is a 15.
Okay. On a 15, you see an elf of like step out of the hotel room, look down at you, and walk away. They're not wearing red stilettos. They are wearing kind of black heeled boots that kind of make a click as they walk hurriedly away in the other direction. On the 15, Atticus, you would realize that this person was leaving Nyx's room.
Hmm. I'm gonna shoulder Vox and like looks like somebody had a night visitor over there, a little friend of the night. Good on Nyx.
Vox peeks her head out and sees what Atticus is saying.
Make me a. I want you to make me. God, to recognize. Yeah, we'll call it a perception check to recognize.
Hmm. 19.
You catch the eye of the elf just before they disappear around the corner. You recognize the elf. You recognize the elf. You know, darker kind of traveler's vestments, a robe, those black heeled boots, and very particular long curling blue hair. Very kind of feminine features in the face, a long, slender nose, bright blue eyes, same color as the hair, as they just barely catch your eye before disappearing around the corner. This was one of the mercenaries in the band that so long ago you were attempting to trade the Blue Mare for to information about Theon. This is definitely not a friend. Certainly an old contact, if you want to call it that.
Vox is going to lean up and pull Atticus down. Atticus, I don't think that was consensual visiting. I know them, and it's not great.
Atticus, while choking, that. Yeah.
Get it together.
You're choking me.
I thought you were into that. That's how you got that map.
I like it when it's a man's hand, but for some reason these Danny hands just don't do it.
Comfortable.
Atticus, we
It's comfortable.
really though we need. I think we need to check on that. They're trouble. I know it.
I trust you. I believe it. How about I'll wake the rest of the group up and or let's just do it together. And then,
Go wake them up. I want to check her room.
okay. And Atticus is just gonna point his hand out and let Vox lead the way.
While this is going on, and then Elijah, you just decide what you want to do. I think Perrin has gone over to Fauna's room to chat. So you decide whatever order you want to have things happen.
Cool. Yeah, let's do that. You go over to Fauna's room to chat.
Hey, kiddo, how's your head situation?
I don't know. It hurts.
Right.
I think the horns are growing, which I don't think that's really happened before. At least I don't remember it happening before. And when the whole book, it was already happening a few days ago. And then when the book thing happened and the book mist went into my eye holes or whatever, I felt like they grew even more. And I don't know. It's a little troubling.
Yeah, eye holes can do some thing. Does Perrin notice? Do they look visibly larger?
Give me a
longer?
perception check.
Did I take any damage from that?
No. Nope.
23. I really wanted to roll low there for Perrin to be very
Okay, bye.
He has rolled very high.
They are longer. There's more to the curl, almost like a tree, as you'd think they've added at least an inch to their length.
Yeah, no, they're bigger. They're for sure bigger.
I feel like they're sticking out more in the front.
But as you go to pat them, catch sight of your hand, you see that your fingernails thicker than usual, with a point to them, almost like claws in the way that they come out of your fingertips.
And that's not normal, is it?
Well, I mean,
She's kind of shoves it in Perrin's face like
Yeah,
little
from
kids
the-
do.
Have a seat. Let's let me look. Let me look. Does this look familiar to Perrin, or does it just look different?
Make me another perception check. Oh well, you know you got 21 on the. I'm gonna let the 21 perception check ride.
That was an even higher one, so up to you.
Yeah, what was the even higher one?
Just up by 1.
The last time you saw this, it was on someone much younger, and it was happening much, much quicker over a span of mere minutes before they were fully transformed into something else. But this is the same process that you watched Flora experience.
So, hey, Fauna,
Yeah.
I don't know how much you remember about your sister and when she left us. I know I didn't remember very much of it until recently, but I was an adult and you were a child.
I also don't know how much I remember.
I think it's I think you were around 4 or 5 is what.
So probably
maybe
not a
even
lot.
Not a lot. You can roll. I'll let you roll another insight check for memory in this to see if you do remember. It definitely would have been one of your earlier memories that you really held, because I think you do vaguely. You certainly remember some of your moments with Perrin.
18.
You remember watching your sister transform.
Yeah, I remember being scared.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's difficult. I don't even know exactly what it was that happened. There's a kind of being that took her, and it was Balak was using that tree to kind of cross some things over, and it took Flora, it took your sister, it took my daughter, and that's where these horns came from, and it is starting to happen to you.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what that means, and I'm never gonna tell you not to do something that you feel like you should do, because I wasn't there like I said I would be, and I'm still so proud of the person that you've become. And when you see people who need help, you say yes, and you provide that help, but it is coming at a cost.
But what's causing it?
We called it the Wallachria. I don't know if it's Fey in origin, but it has followed me my entire life, and it has taken everything that I've ever cared about, and it has left only ruins in its wake, and it's done it a lot of different ways in a lot of different places, but it's doing it again to you.
But why now? I mean, I've been fine this whole time. I mean, except for the amount of horns I already had. Like, what's causing it to happen now?
I brought you to Narleth in the Evewood because I thought that they could keep it at bay. I hope I was right, and I hope that they taught you what you needed. But I don't know. That was the most that I could do, is to provide a place where I knew you were safe and I could leave. Because that's the shitty choice I had to make, was to leave and not be there for you. I don't know if it's because you're around me now, or if this is just the way things are going. Because things are happening a lot of different places now.
Well, there must be something that we can do. It can't just be random. So, I mean, I'm scared, but I feel like there must be a way to
Right.
stop it.
Everything I have tried to do right in my life, I have fucked up, and people have been hurt. And I want you to know that I will do whatever I possibly can do, because I do love you as my own, and I am still trying to do everything I can do for your sister too.
You know, it's not your fault, right? I mean, I remember too, now that the curse was broken, and I know what happened, and I know that it wasn't you making those decisions. You can't continue to carry this burden for something that wasn't your choice. You need to let go sometimes. I love you too, and I can't just stand by and watch you continue to blame yourself and continue to drink rubbing alcohol when you think that I don't know about it, because I care about what happens to you. And the best thing that you can do now is try to let that go and try to just be who you are without the influence of that horrible man. And we can do it together.
There was a me before Balak, and I was supposed to be strong. Fauna, they told me that I would be strong enough and that I could fix these things. They told me it was what I was supposed to do, and I have never been strong enough. You tell me it's not my fault, but that's all I was supposed to be, was enough to keep people safe. They told me that it would all be worth it. And now I have put Fox's mother in danger. I've put you in harm's way. Flora is gone.
Flora's not
Because
gone.
I hope not.
We can still fix this. And I don't care what you say, and I don't care what Atticus says about having to do things on your own. You don't have to do things on your own. And the thing that's different now is that I am here with you, and we are here together, and we will do it together. But we can only do that if you'll let me in and you'll stop closing everybody out.
Q just pointed out that Vox did just threaten to kill Baron, but
Yeah.
that's really good. And I
Okay,
think
well,
it's
not
landing.
Vox, but everybody else.
Yeah, I think
No, I was just gonna say that's landing really well, and I'm doing my same sequence of rolls, and so Perrin is gonna give a really brave face, and my performance roll is pretty high, so I think probably that lands unless you're very, very perceptive.
I mean, I'm pretty
Perrin is-
perceptive.
Yeah, you should roll it then.
Yeah.
Roll it, and I won't tell you what the
yeah. Until
DC
we hear what
is.
that perception roll is, I will say.
Nat
Whoa! I will say is okay. As this
Can't make
moment
this up.
happens, like the nat 20, I will say as this happens, Perrin, you are putting on that brave face. Fauna is staring you down. You see Amos lands like in Fauna's horn, like on one of the horns, and cocks her little yellow bird head to look at you too. And they're both just looking at you. Why? That's a nat 20. What does Fauna really see in Perrin's face?
Yeah. So Perrin is definitely trying to cover up this brokenness, these things that he has never spoken about to anyone ever for any reason. He's trying to kind of tuck those things back inside, and he wants to believe that he is not to blame. He is very, very unable to see that. So I think you're seeing that right now. I don't think he's able to be convinced differently right now. But the roll I rolled best on was the connection between Fauna and Perrin. So he's like, okay, then good or bad, whatever it is that's happening, whatever bad decisions he's making, he's not going to hide them from Fauna now. So, like, he's not really on board. He doesn't really believe it. He thinks he's to blame, but he does trust Fauna right now.
That's all Fauna wants, is just for him to not hide things from her and not lie to her.
I think you would see that then, Fauna. And
Yeah,
I think-
Parent's going to really gently just reach out and take one of Fauna's hands.
I was just gonna say that Fauna was gonna do that to her
you do it at the same
They
time.
take
at the
opposite
same time.
hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, they take the
Um,
other's non-dominant hand.
And Fauna is gonna say, I know that we don't know what to do, but I do know that Nerilith tasked me with finding the Dusk Chalice, and I don't know if that has anything to do with what's happening now, but it has to be important, or she wouldn't have asked me to do it. So we can at least focus on that and have something to work towards and a goal, and maybe along the way we'll find out more about what's happening, and we can try to undo what's happening to me and maybe even find Flora.
I don't know all the steps in between, but I think that means we have to go back to the Fae. And Perrin is now just thinking about that burnt card with the door in his pocket. In fact, he probably reaches out and touches it subconsciously.
As you do that, make me a history check. So I think this is actually the first time that Fauna has mentioned the Dusk Chalice.
Me or
no? You've mentioned it. I think you said something for the first time in the group, like during the dream.
Yeah.
But
I mean, do you want me to make the check or
no?
Perrin?
No, have Perrin make the check.
Okay.
That's ominous. $14.
There is. You've never heard of this particular chalice. The idea that it's an artifact that Fauna's supposed to be looking for, though. And also with the knowledge that to travel between realms is easiest. Comings and goings like that, powerful ones that shift you through an entire plane, are most easily done at the dawn of day and the entrance of night through dusk.
And I think as part of saying something to Perrin about the Dusk Chalice, she would also say that, relay the information that she knows how to
Summon the
at
house,
least
yeah.
take the next step towards finding it. So I have the ritual to go to the Duskland. I forget what
Yeah,
it's called.
the House of Dusk.
The
Yeah.
House
To
of
summon the
Dusk.
House of Dusk. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know how to do it. I just haven't had the chance yet.
Yeah, it's funny that you've taken after me a little bit with that passageways. I'm not sure who it is, but there is an entity, I think, who can help us get to the Fae. I am unsure what I will owe them. I'm unsure if they have stolen something from me. It gets blurry. I think I'm supposed to be able to... That's how I got you out. That's how I got you in the Fae to begin with. And now this Lord of Doors has taken that from me.
Well-
So we need to be careful. But it's good that you have magic you've learned from Nerilith.
Perrin, as you say this, the cat, and Fauna like almost cuts you off as the cat comes kind of scampering back into the room. Nyx is gone. Nyx is gone.
What?
Oh.
Nyx is gone.
Is that to everybody?
Everyone's in a room. No, because you two, we're going to get to what you two found, but the cat who was like in the like had followed you into the room, is running back to you. We're gonna cut over Sean, excuse me, Atticus and Vox. You are
Just real quick, is Bert? Oh, is he here? Or like, has anyone checked on Bert to see if he like made it back?
Bert was in the room as Atticus. Like Bert was kind of still didn't look particularly disturbed, but was just kind of still sleeping.
Okay.
Is definitely.
I let him have his.
still,
He had a little bit more dream to dream.
Okay, I just want to make sure he like made it back. Okay.
Nightly dream.
Yeah.
Atticus and Vox, you step into, the door to Nyx's room after that figure had left it. Door still cracked. You open it. There's no signs of a struggle in here. Doesn't look like Nyx was taken in the night against their will. The bed still neatly made, almost like no one had slept in it. On the bed, you see Nyx's 2 daggers, wax and wane, just crossed. And in the headboard, above the daggers, freshly carved, is a symbol that I believe, certainly Atticus, I don't know if anyone else saw it, but the religious symbol that you saw that was just this, like, a simple, minimal, almost like the sun rising with 3 rays of light coming out of it, that religious symbol freshly carved into the headboard of the bed.
Atticus is kind of going to look around the room and look at the carving and look at the knives and just kind of connect the dots. And he's like, I just don't. I mean, yeah, it's not odd for Nyx just to wander off, but to leave their weapons. What do you think? What do you think, Vox? I mean,
based on the company I saw them with, I've used them once before to find some information, but it's not free. It came with a price, and I don't know, the weapons here does not seem like them at all.
Atticus is gonna pick the knives up.
Yeah, you pick the knives
kind
up.
of stash them.
The knives.
That symbol is definitely whatever mumbo jumbo crock of shit they're following here. That's their symbol. So I think all roads are pointing to the cathedral, and if something happened to Nyx, it definitely went down there.
Being in this town, Norm almost killed me. We want to go in there and look for them? Atticus, between you and I'm torn. They killed my grandmother. They got me framed for murder. I don't trust it. I don't trust them. I don't trust this place. I'm here. I'm following you. So whatever you need me to do, I'll do. But I hate this. I know that I hate this, and it's not going to change my mind.
Vox, as you say that, Cletus comes to the doorway, looks at all of you, like opens the door a little wider, looks at all of you, kind of like in passing, gazes I think at the same time as when the cat is arriving in the room with Perrin, you, and Fauna. Cletus, Atticus, something's going on in the town square. And as he says that, all of you hear bells from the chapel begin to ring out.
That seems fine. We should probably get going.
And that is where we're going to end the session.
Woo! Woo!
Woo! Thanks everyone for watching, and we will see you next week with another session of Castle Run.
Maury,
Thanks
we
for
love
coming
you.
by.
What a beautiful
you,
send-off.
Michael.
Bye.
We've been
Shout out to
More.
Matt Hannah.
We've been
Thanks
on
for
their
coming.
stream all night.
Yay!
Shout out for
Hi.
Thaddeus. Rest in peace.